Time to do it again. We're gonna do it again. Gonna play some more Deus Exos. Director's cut. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. Let me see. I forgot. And that's it. Let's go to the game screen and start up the game. Here's the game right there. And what we're doing right now, I think we're taking care of some side missions. Black market, yeah, that's where we're at. We're doing some side missions here. We just helped her out. Now we're gonna help somebody else out. Later, baby.
You have saved not just me, Mr. Jensen, but all the girls here from a fate worse than death.
Worse than death. Oh, man. No problem, baby. Anytime. Let me see. I think there's some other stuff here. What's happening to you? Some other stuff down here. Oh, I think there's a merchant here also. I've been looking for one of them. Yeah, merchant here somewhere. Secretary. Oh, that's good to know. girls holding pen. Oh, I know where that's at. That's that that side quest I did for the chick. Liza Kazan. Cochlear implants. The outer part of the ear.
你看了多久了，帅哥？难道你不想摸吗 ？Want a party?
Yeah.
I can go all
This is your first time here,
night.
American?
Come on.
Best girls in the city. Very high class place.
宝贝儿，你只对特价感兴趣啊？这个不便宜的，很值钱，我保证。
你看上去很疲劳，去休息会儿，再回来。
Yeah, energy boost. Need more. What do you got? You got 2 and 2, huh? Yeah. Membership card, yeah. That's what I need to get into the high. Instead of having them sneak in from the back. I know there's a merchant in this building. He's on the first floor. Oh yeah, the first floor. Hold all.
Welcome to the Honghua Hotel. Our manager is currently indisposed at the moment, but I would be happy to help you with anything you might need. Just let me know if you need anything.
I need a blowjob.
Just let me know if you need anything.
Good evening, sir.
You
The
give me a
manager is
blowjob?
busy, but perhaps I could be of service to you.
Give me a blowjob?
Will it be business or pleasure? Perhaps
a little of both.
a little bit of both?
Yeah, a little bit of both.
Will it be business or pleasure? Perhaps a little bit of both?
What if they gonna fuck with me if I open the lockers? I think they'll only fuck with me if I try to hack the. Yeah, that's what I want. Got 3 now, right? Yeah. Hearts of Steel. a pair of shoes? Well, put a pair of shoes in there.
Hey, 我会帮你消除烦恼。
Let's see if they do it. Ooh.
Access granted.
Yeah, cool. Man, I gotta get that upgrade for that.
生命中最好的10分钟，别错过了。
Yeah, they're in here. That's where the merchant is at. This door up.
到这儿来，
Here we
我
go.
帅哥。
are living in hotels. And I'm not talking about the Waldorf. I'm talking about rack and about the size of a sardine can. And if you drive shipping, you'll feel right at home over Shaw. Especially if you like to watch ancestors get kidnapped with Ryan members and hacked to pieces for their spare parts. Book your vacations now.
You want best in the city? You come to right place.
Yeah, yeah.
Look on computer and see for yourself.
So that. So that. Stun gun. No, I don't know. I never did use the stun gun. Bad ammo. 10mm. Bean gun. Crossbow. Yeah, sell those. Gun gun, sell that. Revolver ammo, sell that. Yeah. Upgrade, nope. I need to keep that.
You make me poor. Deal with you no fun.
And prepare to enter.
Wait a minute, I thought I sold all of them. I made you poor.
Hell, this is where TYM and the other blood-sucking corporations. Shove their plant workers after all their ball-busting shifts are over. While the big
I got what you need.
Rockets. I got rockets in my sockets. Silencer. I don't need a silencer for the target, damage, laser, crossbow, sniper rifle, machine gun, double barrel, rocket launcher. Oh yeah, this is what I need right here. How many you got? You don't say? Oh, he's got 4? Yeah, that's what I want. Frag grenade, EMP grenades, yeah, I need those. He's got 1. I need those. Okay.
Fortune and glory to you.
Fortune and glory to you. Then fine. Place anywhere and neutralize the approaching robots or augmented enemies. Select and throw like a grenade. Slowly up close, select with the reticule and press the action button. Warning. Detect speed of movement. Aid by moving slowly. EMP mine. Okay. All right. Oh, I do have one. Okay, did I upgrade that one last time? As well. All right. All right, so, this one right here. I gotta do these. Okay. Yeah.
I get so lost down here. Every time I come down from the upper city. I mean, the streets are well marked and all, but the Chinese names confuse the heck out of me.
So here in Angsha, like a lot of people are talking in Mandarin and everything, and that was one of the things I wanted on the project. So since we were to travel around the world, I wanted the players to be able to feel the real place, like if they were
like
there,
they were really traveling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you go in a foreign country and you don't understand the language, you feel that you're a stranger, and that's the kind of feel I wanted to have.
And it made it an interesting challenge for us from the writing side because, of course, we had to a couple of challenges. First, we would always, of course, write in English, and then we had to kind of decide which parts would be in Mandarin and which would not, because you didn't want to. If the player was playing without subtitles on, because all the subtitles would be in the English, but if they weren't playing with subtitles, we still have important story information, important gameplay information that has to be communicated, and we have to do that, which is why you'll have a lot of the conversations as you're going through it. You'll see that there's an English person speaking to a Mandarin
That's right,
speaker, and that is going on
And
in
at
the
some
game.
point too, Antoine, we had an augmentation, right?
Yeah, it's true. We had a long discussion about using an augmentation to actually actively translate Mandarin, or any language for that matter, that would be visiting. I think we cut it because it was
Well, it got so big because all the signs would be in Mandarin,
Every
and do we
language,
now
yeah.
suddenly look at signs and we see the signs in English? And
Just
That would have been,
it, we were
That would have
but that would have been awesome.
It would have
though,
been awesome,
with
but
the
it would have
augmented
been
reality and all that.
really,
and stuff.
really
Yeah,
hard.
yeah.
Could have translated a translation into another language, and the subtitles translated from different languages.
And as it was, we had to get most of those translations done so quickly that we were having our receptionist translate all the dialogues, and I think we had artists who were actually doing all the signs.
Yeah, one of my concept artists, Dong Lu Yu, who is Chinese, did a lot of the translation, a lot of the Chinese signs, and all that
And
stuff.
imagine all the mess of Q&A this thing as well, translating.
So, yeah. And I hope for Chinese people that we did an okay job.
An okay job.
I didn't know you could have translated subtitles. Yo, cover to them. Huh. Why is this always on here? I always changing it back to this. Why? Yeah, that's why it took me so long to Why does it keep changing my difficulty level? Then I was gotta be putting it back. Sucks.
Tourist, if you have business outside the nightlife district, please be careful. Enjoy the pleasures of hanging especially with the harvest.
What are you gonna do here? Hunting the hacker. No, that's not what I'm looking for. This one here. Bar tab. You gotta go up. Go up on the roof. Up on the roof. Court. Inside court guard. Downtown apartments. Metro station. Go here. Gotta go up on the roof of this. Each corridor. That way. Gonna go this way.
So here we look at the signage for the Angsha map, and now we're with Steven Chiola, which he was one of the level designers on the Angsha map, and also with Antoine Tisdale, which was a game designer also on the game. The first iterations of the map, we kind of realized that it was really confusing, and when we saw players going around, they were lost. It was kind of a mess.
Yeah, we originally planned so that Hengsha had a different feeling compared to Detroit, and in the end it worked out, and a lot of players already mentioned and playtesters mentioned that they really enjoyed the feeling of Hengsha, but at the same time a lot of people were getting lost, including dev team members. And
that's a bad sign.
People who worked on the map really got lost, including myself actually. But in the end, we had a lot of little tricks that we used and implemented that helped navigation. One of them is we added the giant billboard signs that you can see all over the place. They weren't there originally, and they were a big problem. Apart from that, we used a lot of lighting, and we reoriented a lot of small sections and
created the districts.
Exactly.
Downtown apartments, not the hang shop.
Exactly. We actually cut out a lot of content because there was actually too much, and it was just so overwhelming. So we had to cut down on certain places like that. So,
but in the end, like, it's one of the map that is really appreciated by the players, and they managed to be able to navigate through it, right? So yeah.
So in the end, it worked.
In the end, it worked, but it was yeah.
I think I'm still lost somewhere in it.
Where are you?
I don't know.
Good job, Lao Wei. I see you found the first relay. Now hack it and turn off its security protocols.
Can you give me the code? I gotta hack it. What is it? The 2?
Access granted.
1 down, 2 to go, my friend.
The other side of that? Oh.
One down, 2 to go, my friend.
I don't get it. What's there?
Access granted.
Good. Second relay is down. Only one remaining.
Oh yeah, that's the way into that place where that guy is being held at.
Hello? Stop right there! Throw down your weapon!
Access Access granted.
Excellent work. I'm starting the triangulation now. Should have a location very soon. And I've got it. Jaya is hiding in an apartment building called the Hengsha Court Gardens in the Yuzhou district. I'm sending you her coordinates. Get over there and get us the money she owes.
Yeah, that's right, she's in there. Same place the other guy's at. How do I get down there? I get in there through the back. Why can't I jump up here? Get in there through there, right? Did I use one of them or what? I don't remember using one. Why do you have to break their arm before you knock them out? Oh, come on. It's not that. I swear, man.
This isn't just flash and it's done. The secondary effects cause even longer lasting damage. If you survive the initial impact, you would be stepping out into a hellscape of absolute chaos. And unless you're prepared,
Absolute chaos.
when the asteroid slammed into the Earth's interior,
Now I can't get up there? Where he come from? Great. Just fucking great. Yeah, that's cool. I take a running start. Well, where is it? And I already listened to this, didn't I?
Right now we're into this mission to find the apartment of Van Bruggen and see who this guy is and everything. But one thing that people don't know is that we had to cut the second floor of the city, or if you know, you don't know that those missions that right now you're playing were meant to be in the second part of the city. And as we were going through production issues and we had to cut some material, we had to find ways to see if we could bring those missions back into Lower Angsha and not basically avoid breaking the story.
Yeah, because originally we were planning that you would start in the upper and then you'd come down and then you'd have to go back up for another mission and back down, and it was supposed to be this back and forth. But when we decided to get that, we had to reduce in scope. And we ended up having to find places where we could put all those upper missions in the down area.
It was truly heartbreaking of a cut when that happened. And I was working on 2 of the locations that were in the Upper Angsha. When they got cut, I was pretty devastated. But in the end, it still all worked out.
Can I say that I was really devastated with you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. But in the end, it still worked out because all the missions were still able to grab them and bring them down to Lower Angsha. And as a player, you had no idea that it was even supposed to go up there.
Yeah.
So
and based on that, I want to point out like the amazing work that you, Mary and Jeff have done, because there's been a lot of cuts on that game, like on any huge game, and it's a very complex story, and it's a story that every bit is quite important to the main, and the way that you guys every time manage to repurpose the locations to accommodate all these cuts, and then have something that was supposed to be in a whole city hub and then bring it into a new city hub that it wasn't supposed to be part of or whatnot is quite amazing. And like Stephen just said, people never noticed it.
It doesn't feel tacked on.
Not at all.
It actually, many times the cuts actually helped to strengthen the story, and cutting an entire city hub above actually made it easier on the writers.
That was the right call.
We didn't have to come up with tons of content.
Yeah, it was the right call, even though it was a sad call to make.
Very sad.
Who are you? Another one of Tong's thugs? Well, get out! I told him I won't pay another credit.
Look, I know this is not an ideal situation, and I'm not proud that I gotta do this. But Tong's crew wants the money you owe them.
Oh, you poor boy. Having trouble dealing with the dirty job you have to do? And I should feel sorry for you? Reality check, taxman. You're here to steal money from me.
Stealing? They got you the augmentation you needed, and they expect you to pay for it. Not the most charitable thing to do, but I would hardly call it stealing.
Are you really that gullible? Tong doesn't run a buy now, pay later operation. It's more like a buy now, pay forever. Listen, I just started as a broker. Most other brokers come from rich families. They paid for augments that give them an incredible edge in the business. There's no way I could afford anything like that through legal channels.
So you cut a deal with a crime syndicate.
I didn't study this hard to end up with nothing. Once I made enough money, I offered to pay for the aug. But no, what they want is part of my monthly profits. They say they're entitled to it since it's their upgraded enhancement chip that helped me make that money.
How did you meet Tong?
The same way most people end up meeting Tong. I was hurt, and one of his hounds smelled blood. They came to me and offered me help. I was intelligent enough to know it was a bad idea, but angry enough not to care.
Couldn't you work without the augment? You wouldn't have gotten into so much trouble if you'd played by the rules.
Play by the rules? Let me tell you a little story about playing by the rules. I come from a poor family. My father, my mother, my 2 sisters, and 3 brothers, none of them ever amounted to much. When I tried to do better, when I made efforts in school, they said I was wasting my time. I got into business school, and again, they said I was wasting my time. That I could never compete with all those rich kids and their tutors and extra classes.
But you did.
I did. I finished top of my class, without the extra help and special attention, only through blood, sweat, and tears. And then what did my classmates do? They cheated. They once again bought their way to success. And what did my family say? That I had wasted my time. I was just supposed to accept defeat after all the efforts I've made? No. No way.
No way, Jose.
How much are they asking from you?
A couple hundred credits every month. Doesn't look like much, but in the long run, let's just say they've made a very lucrative deal. Especially if you consider I'm not their only client.
Listen, maybe I can speak to one of Tong's men. Try and get you off the hook.
You would do that? I thought you were just another one of his mindless thugs. It's hard to properly express what this could mean for me.
Don't thank me yet. I can't guarantee they'll listen, but I'll try.
I told you already. I won't pay. What do you want?
Listen, maybe I can speak.
You would do that?
Don't thank me yet.
How did I get out of here? And I don't I use the elevator? I can't go out the front door because there's somebody there, isn't there?
Nothing suspicious here. I got you covered. Here. Bust him up.
This would explain the sudden disappearance of virtually all life on the continent. They call the potential extraterrestrial body the Clovis comet.
gotta go. I gotta go to the hive. I gotta go to the hive. Yeah, like they're gonna leave her alone, huh? No, which one's further away?
Good to see you again, sir. Go right in.
Oh, you let me in now, huh? You didn't even have to show him the thing, huh? You already knew I had the membership card or pass or whatever it is.
You got a favorite poison?
Give me a good punch.
Hey, about that job?
You found Jaya yet? You need to get back the money she owes us.
Like you said, this is a nasty bit of work. What's in it for me?
You seem like a tech-savvy type. I can get you a nice little praxis kit. Something you won't regret.
What's it gonna take for you to leave Jaya alone for good?
I don't understand. Didn't you get the money?
I know about the Shylock scam you're running. Get her the augment she wants and then bleed her with monthly payments for the rest of her life. I want to know what it's gonna take for you to leave her alone for good.
A cyborg with a heart of gold, are we? Tell you what, Guilo. You give me a year's worth of payments and she's free.
5 grand? Well, how much I got? I think I got like 17 grand.
You're too kind a man. A fine specimen of humanity. Here's your money. Now you better leave her alone.
Don't make threats you can't enforce. But yes, she's off the hook. Here's the praxis kit we promised you. It's top notch, so have fun.
Cool. All right. Now, what was I gonna do? I need to punch through walls. I could lift heavy objects. I need to jump. That's what I need to do. Or I could do this. And I can do this and this. Or this and this. No, that would involve killing people, I think. Well, I could turn them off. Or make it, kill people. Let's do this and this. All right. Okay, so I can hack them all. So the next thing I need to work on is this. This. And these two. No, not this. It's the fortify, isn't it? Yeah, this one. Yeah, the fortify. Let's do this. I can think about that. Vacuum analyze? No. That. Lift heavy objects. The jump. The Icarus. Alright. Okay.
Well, we're in front of the bartender, right? It's
no, we're not.
I think it was one of the places that inspired a lot of fans to make crazy videos with Jensen's and
can't get out?
PCs, like the Punch Revolution.
Yeah.
Why can't I go in the front door?
Safety dance with the cover system. That's one of the great ones.
I remember this one, the safety dance. I was laughing I think I was crying.
Because Adam makes this little groove when he goes from left cover to right cover or whatever, and this guy just like, hey, if I just keep on going, it looks like he's dancing. And it just it just goes on for the entire safety dance song, which is, by the way, a song from Montreal. It was a Men Without Hats, which was one of the main 80s bands at the
front
time.
door?
And what was the other video like? He goes in front of the bartender and he asks him, what kind of drink do you want? And then he goes in his head and he starts to punch everyone.
Because it's called the Chinese gut punch or something? Is that what it is? I think it's from there. And then
the names of those drinks. You
you
can't
see
imagine
him-
Adam Jensen drinking any of those.
Any of those, yeah. And then you
That's
see
what
him
made me
kill
cry,
everybody, and then he just gets out of his of his daydreaming of killing everybody. And he's like, the Chinese gut punch.
And what's even more fun with those drinks is you should go into the menus and you should look at the item descriptions, because they were written by Mark Chechery and he had so much fun. The things that
For
are
the
in
drinks?
those drinks, yeah, you should read the descriptions of these drinks. They're talking about how poisonous they actually really are, and it's quite interesting. So take a look in the menus.
And he was in the AAs at that time, right? American. Just kidding. He had a couple of chips on his desk.
I would have to say that the fans made us laugh quite a bit. Yeah,
I love you guys.
Yeah. No, seriously, it's true what Jeff is saying. Now we're saying about talking about a lot of the fan-made stuff in relation to the Hive, but just everything was so unexpected. We had no idea that it would connect that much. So thank you.
Access denied.
Why? I guess it took too long. So how many we got 4 stops. And 6 nukes, huh?
Access granted.
"喜欢这里的设备吗？是高科技啊！
There used to be a door here. Yeah. Used to be a door here. Why isn't it there anymore? I've been down here.
So this is one of the very successful shaders in the game. Is
we call the shit shader.
The shit shader, the one that was done for the sewers. And what's interesting is that even though at the state that it is in
Yeah, I've been here.
the final product, it's pretty good, and it looks like what it has to look. It used to be like 10 times better. It was literally one of the best shaders I have ever seen made. You know, it's all the way up there with all the crazy water shaders, you know, that we see where it's like perfectly simulated, but that was like the most perfectly simulated crap floating sewer pickle.
Yeah, it really worked. I whenever I play the game, I refuse to go in that water.
Exactly, like even me too. I played it
I
so
cringe
many
when I
times.
fall into that water.
I always managed to avoid because like sometimes I had to hide from guards and crouch.
Yeah, you crouch in it. And then you get at the camera level, you're like, oh.
I don't want to get at him dirty. I would never put him in there.
And Jensen jumps out of it and goes in the hive and asks for a drink.
I remember a weekend I had the kit at my place. Like I would bring like, you know, a dev kit once in a while at home on weekends to review the game. And my ex-girlfriend at the time, when I was in the sewer and she saw that shader, like the original really creepy one, she really reacted to it. But one of the real reason why we changed it is not because it was too gross, it's because to get this perfectly amazing gross effect. It was like an extremely expensive shader. Like literally, as you would get really disgusted by it, the frame rate would also go down.
That makes it memorable.
Yeah. You would it would be like in slow motion for you to see it even better. So we had to cut down the shader and to gain
Just
the frame
imagine
rates.
a gameplay with this. NPCs could smell you from a distance. That'd be awesome.
Well, that was a shit story.
And I'm not talking about the Waldorf. I'm talking about these little rat-infested pods about the size of a sardine can. And if crime's your thing, you'll feel right at home in Lower Hingshaw, especially if you like to watch Hansers get kidnapped by Triad members and hacked to pieces for their spare parts. Book your vacations now, followers. Have fun.
Fortune and glory to you.
There was some other side missions. Okay, let's go find the guy. Van Virgin. Where's he at? In a hotel in the Diagon district. What district am I in? Lower Henshaw. Zhao district.
A little friendly advice. Stay away from the usual
How can I help you?
district. Bell Tower has something going on there.
总是同样的问题。
对那个感受到他坏脾气的人仁慈一点。
我听说他们想，
他妈的 ！Everything I've got, real cheap。
那我们这些租房的怎么办？把我们都赶出去吗？
他们不能这么做，有些人已经在这住了很多年了。
别有选择。乌沙现在是
这个月又得捉襟见肘了。
房租钱又不够了。
嘘，这张铁很难透进别人，感觉到他就在那里。Yes, yes. Beds on second and third floor. Showers and laundry in basement.
You want a pot? And no air conditioning. Broken. We got air vent to ventilate the place though. Not so bad. So, how long you want? 1 month? 2 months? And no air conditioning. Broken. We got air vent to ventilate the place though. Not so bad. So, how long you want? 1 month? 2 months?
There used to be a computer I could hack in here too. Wish I did in that room. Is there a different way into the room? Yeah, there is. Okay.
Access granted.
My diary. I'm so tired of this place. This shitty hotel is really getting me down. I had to fix Danny's front door again. Flowers of the 21st century. The white paper fan, the red pole, the dragon head. Rabbit hole.
Access granted.
Wow. 1015 credit. And did I have noticed trashing? Fit 301 gets whatever the fuck he wants. Just ship him out. Let's just say back in Nigeria.
"对不起，你不能从这走，我很忙。"
Jensen, I was on my way out.
What are you doing here, Malik? I told you I got this one.
I know. I didn't do anything. Trust me. Van Bruggen's all yours.
Hang on a second. Something's wrong. What is it? Why are you here?
It's nothing. I mean, can't a girl have secrets?
Of course, but I can tell something's bothering you. And I'm concerned. What's going on?
I just had to look into something. For a friend. She deserved better.
I'm listening.
Fine, since you're so damn curious. Years ago, I used to live here, remember? My friend, my best friend, Evelyn. She was like a sister to me. Made living here fun. But then there was an accident. She's dead.
I'm sorry, Malik.
Wait, Jensen, let me finish. I thought I was okay with it, but I know she didn't just die. She was killed. Murdered. Her damn scumbag boyfriend did it. I know he did. I knew he was trouble right from the start, but she just wouldn't listen to me.
Malik, easy. If your friend was murdered, the police would have suspected something. They would have investigated.
That's just it. There was no investigation. They said she fell down a flight of stairs like it was some kind of freak accident. But her wounds, the way she died, they don't add up. It's right here in the damn blood spatter analysis.
Blood spatter? You've seen the police report?
Yes. A friend left a copy of it in a pod here for me to pick up. Listen, I know it sounds crazy, but I think there's been a cover-up. I just have to prove it. If I could get my hands on the autopsy report, the one that never surfaced, I know I'd get the truth. Except...
Why do I suspect I'm about to get dragged into something?
Look, Jensen, I'm sorry. I know Van Bruggen is the priority here, and I told you it was my business and I could take care of it. It's just... The more I think about it, the more I realize I'm in over my head. I'm just a pilot. I'm not a damn cop. But I need to know the truth.
Tell me about Evelyn.
She was beautiful, carefree, loved to have a good time. I met her during my internship for a private transportation and logistics firm here in Shanghai. She was a great pilot, too. Knew how to feel the currents, to push the bird just so. Too bad her talents for reading the wind didn't translate to reading guys.
How so?
She was always getting into trouble with the wrong crowds. And it always had to do with some boy. She knew I didn't like him. Her boyfriend at the time, Lee. It drove a wedge between us, and when we parted ways, it wasn't amicable.
I understand.
She was a good girl, Jensen. She deserved better.
Why do you suspect Evelyn's boyfriend had something to do with her death?
Because he was poison, right from the start. Born into money and influence, but never once assuming responsibility for anything. I don't think he's worked an honest day in his life.
So he was a wealthy, big-headed asshole. If that was reason enough to accuse someone of murder, half the world would be in the pen.
No, there's more to it than that. He's known for violent outbursts, domestic altercations. He nearly killed a kid over some stupid gambling feud. The problem is, his family made him untouchable, even to the police.
And Evelyn was okay with all of this?
She always tried to see the good in people, give him the benefit of the doubt. You could say that's just being naive or even stupid, but I think she was just innocent.
You said you've seen the police report. Who gave it to you?
An old friend who was also a good friend of Evelyn's. He used to work for the Shanghai PD. He left a copy of it along with a few other things concerning Evelyn in a pod here for me to look at. He also left some instructions on how to contact someone at Lim for the autopsy report he's convinced was intentionally buried.
Why would Lim have anything to do with Evelyn's autopsy report?
Well, if you haven't noticed, the Chinese government has been outsourcing branches of its public services for years. Bell Tower polices the streets, and nowadays Lim does more than just cosmetic surgery. They're often contracted for special cases like Evelyn's.
And what made Evelyn's case so special, you think?
Her boyfriend, Lee. He was at the scene. He had Evelyn's blood on him and tested positive for alcohol and drugs in his system. With his rap sheet, it wasn't looking good for him. But his family, they're on a lot of boards with deep pockets and a lot of reach. They wouldn't suffer the embarrassment of having their son indicted on a suspected murder charge.
This autopsy report. Once you got your hands on it, what were you planning on doing next?
I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm a pilot, not a cop. But I felt I had to do something while I had the chance. Maybe once you get the report and we know what it says, we can improvise.
Okay, I'll help. What do you need me to do?
My lead, he works for Lim. He's a systems technician who apparently has access to their entire database. He's willing to hand over a copy of Evelyn's autopsy report.
So you want me to meet him and get the report? Is that it?
Yes, but he'll only respond to a certain phrase. Death and life have their determined appointments. To which he'll reply, riches and honors depend upon heaven.
Christ, Malik, this is starting to sound like something out of a bad spy movie.
I know. He's just trying to protect himself. I didn't pick the damn quote. So just play along and remember the line, okay? You'll find him inside the lobby of the Lower Hengsha Lim Clinic.
Does this guy have a name?
None that I know of. But he apparently goes by the handle Anonymous X. I know.
Anonymous X. Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, before I forget, everything concerning Evelyn's incident, newspaper articles, the police report, Lim details, it's all inside pod 009 here in the hotel. You should read over everything if you can.
Pod 9. Got it.
I need to go. Contact me with any updates and... Thank you. I really appreciate this, Jensen.
My visit to Prague was related exclusively to the... project which has consumed all of my...
I'm circulating a petition to have 2 women on the second floor of the installation. If you would like to hear more of my exclusive interview with Hugh Darrow, log on to www.picusweb.com.
Everything I've got, real cheap.
Reporting to you live from Picus. doesn't happen often, folks, but it appears that I may have to retract an earlier statement. Millionaire Hugh Darrow has contacted me personally to deny allegations of involvement in secret United Nations meetings about the augmentation program. Here's what the man had to say.
My visit to Prague was related exclusively to the project which has consumed all of my attention these days.
You're referring to the Panchaea Project, the cooperative global initiative that aims at healing our world.
Earth's ecosphere is in serious trouble, Eliza. And it's time that we as a species stepped up to make things
我
better.
想吃点零食。
Our best chance at doing this is to modify ocean temperatures through a combination of ion
忍不
seeding
住。
and geothermal management.
Forgive me, Mr. Darrow, but
你买
many
了什
people
么？
believe that your Arctic Ocean installation is more risk than certainty. When will we be able to see the proof for ourselves?
As soon as the installation is complete.
If you would like to hear more of my exclusive interview with Hugh Darrow, log on to www.pegasusweb.com. This is a licensed.
It's one of our main tools when we design games with this team is called the blueprint, and this is when we almost lay out every single detail of how the game is going to work, how it's going to proceed, and what's going to be in it. And we knew at that point when we designed it that it would be some kind of hotel, right? That where Harry Van Bruggen would be stashed in, and that Adam would have to go find him there. And during one of those blueprint sessions, that's when we had the idea. We got inspired by the Japanese capsule hotels and said, hey, what about if there's almost like a little sub-society of these things?
A village.
Literally a mini village of these things, like this huge hall, right? Like almost like underground hall with like hundreds of these things stacked up, and people literally live there. They're like almost low rent apartments, and the place becomes its own little ecosystem with shops and where people are playing cards and drinking and stuff like that, and that's where it all kind of gelled together.
And I think we alluded to the fact that it belongs to Tong Xiong as well.
Oh, yeah?
No, I'm not sure. I can't remember now if he owns it or if he just
tries.
Yeah, he's got major connections to it. Yeah, and I think he's.
Who would want to buy that?
He's stashed many a person in that hotel before. So yeah.
I saw that!
There's nothing here? And there was something here. There was nothing here. I thought there was something in here. For sure there was something in there, some lockers and stuff.
It's one of our main tools when we design games with this team is called the blueprint, and this is when we almost lay out every single detail of how the game is going to work, how it's going to proceed, and what's going to be in it. And we knew at that point when we designed it that it would be some kind of hotel, right? That where Harry Van Bruggen would be stashed in, and that Adam would have to go find him there. And during one of those blueprint sessions, that's when we had the idea. We got inspired by the Japanese capsule hotels and said, hey, what about if there's almost like a little sub-society of these things?
A village.
Literally a mini village of these things, like this huge hall, right? Like almost like underground hall with like hundreds of these things stacked up, and people literally live there. They're like almost low rent apartments, and the place becomes its own little ecosystem with shops and where people are playing cards and drinking and stuff like that, and that's where it all kind of gelled together.
And I think we alluded to the fact that it belongs to Tong Xiong as well.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not sure. I can't remember now if he owns it or if he just
tries.
Yeah, he's got major connections to it. Yeah, and I think
Who would want to buy that?
He's stashed many a person in that hotel before. So yeah.
你不是当地人吧？是吗？
你还在吗？
他不会自己离开的，他们把他抓走了，就在这街上抓走。你想要什么，老外？
你好，你是美国人吗？
Electrogravitic technology. Feet. Electrogravitic technology.
My visit to Prague was related exclusively to the project. Why?
Start inserting these chips inside of you so that they'll be able to track your every
But it's time that we as a species stepped up to make things better. Our best chance at doing this is to modify ancient technology through a combination of iron and
It's all the way to the front.
www.picusweb.com. This is Eliza Kassan reporting to you live from Picus. Millionaire Hugh Darrow has contacted me
哎，
personally.
我要去洗个澡。
这么几拳就累了，不会吧？再说，
还行。
澡堂还没开门呢。
我知道，就算他们开了，我也不怎么想要去。我告诉你，我付了那么多的房租，到最后还要跟其他12个笨蛋家伙共用。一个浴室，这个地方有很多地方跟那个监牢啊没什么不一样。
那你打算找房东谈谈，还是怎么样？
人，怎么你的声音听起来很沮丧呢？
我连着5圈都赢，他不郁闷才怪呢。
Should David Sarif be wary of China? Interesting question. My instant reaction is, of course, he should. Everyone should be wary of China. They've been moving in on everything American in the past 25 years. especially since that Dragon Queen Zhao took over TYM. I feel weird even talking about this because when it's all said and done, both Sarif and Zhao are cut from the same cloth. And that cloth is a blood-soaked one, people. Not only because they're both CEOs who profit off people carving themselves up and attaching mechanical toys to their bodies.
Be home. But because they both answer to our overlords. Order lords, as I like to call them. Hey, look, at the end of the day, one of these two biotech corporations will have a monopoly.
If you would like to hear more of my exclusive interviews with Daryl, log on to
Got a shitload of tranquilizers, I'll tell you that.
that I may have to retract an earlier statement. Millionaire Hugh Darrow has contacted me personally to deny allegations of involvement in secret United Nations meetings. The augmentation. Here's what the man had to say.
My visit to France was related exclusively to the project to produce your
到这儿来，帅哥。
I know what you have in there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I saw you with ferret in your shirt the other day. You know pets are not allowed in hotel.
That's not true!
I tell Mr. Chow if you not get rid of it.
You're a very mean lady.
as soon as the installation
And the competition
You live in here? Not many foreigners. Mostly Thai young workers. So the guy in capsule 143 left his pod door open. Yeah, so I couldn't help but sneak a look inside. And? He has so much stuff lying around. It's incredible. I could have snatched an e-book or two, but I held back.
Oh, you should have. At least then we'd have some juicy reading material for today.
As soon as the installation. And it's time that we as a species stepped up to make things better. Our best chance at doing this is to modify ocean temperature through a combination of iron.
Hikikomori and shut in. Satanic music.
And it's time that we as a species stepped up to make things better. Our best chance at doing this is to modify ocean temperatures through a combination of iron sealing and geothermal energy as soon as the installation is complete.
If you would like to hear more of my exclusive interviews, log on to www.pike. This is Eliza Kassan reporting to you live.
I just don't understand how a city can grow to a point where there can be so many people and so few jobs.
We've been abandoned. It doesn't happen often. But it appears that I may have to retract.
This is pretty cool. We can see that Ari here in his little environment, if you want, in the capsule hotel. It's almost as if he's rented more than one capsule. You know, there's the one where he lives in, and he's got like, I don't know, 6 other ones where he's got all of his servers that he's stashed in, you know, and he's all super uber connected. So that's a great show don't tell.
One of the things going on, which you had spoken about earlier, it's kind of funny because we really wanted to have, I really loved the whole concept of the Japanese pause, but at the same time I had the tech artist guy telling me, you can put 20 people in this environment, and I was like, how am I gonna portray
the
Small
sub-society
village,
thing.
A sub-society basically in a tiny village. So one of the ideas I had that I suggested was all the closed pods, if we could put silhouettes behind them that could move. In the end, we couldn't get them to move because we had problems with reacting with chaos. Actually, if you were to fire a gun, like the people would still be playing their little Game Boy or whatever, or doing whatever they were doing inside the
Like
pods.
making love?
Exactly, or making love.
Because there is in one of the
Yeah.
pods.
We had a lot of fun with those. I think I remember we ended up putting one of them had like Optimus Prime behind it. And
What?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
We removed it, of
Oh.
course. But during the process of creating it, it was a lot of fun.
The lawyers again, eh?
Yeah.
Always. But there is a couple having sex.
There is.
Yeah, I was going back to the couple having sex.
Just people having fun.
Just want to make sure that you
So,
confirm it.
But just doing that really helped with adding life to the environment that has a limitation of.
But what's
20
interesting is what you're
people.
saying, just to make sure that people understand. We're talking about just like those silhouettes,
Yeah.
those shadows behind the windows,
Yeah.
which add a lot, but they're not real NPCs, and
Exactly.
it's great.
You can't do anything with them, so
Yeah.
it was a little.
But it works.
A little trick.
But we were scared at first when we heard that, oh, you have room for about 20 NPCs, and oh, it needs to feel alive. At first we were kind of depressed.
Ah man, I had a lot of moments where you would fire a bullet in Capsule Hotel and it would crash because there would be so many people running around and causing such a problem of resources that map would just crash. So, but in the end, it turned out super cool, I think, and a lot of the pocket secretaries that we hid too in the environment to give a lot of life to give a backstory to the people living there. We have someone who like abandoned their children and just look around, read around, and you'll.
Really?
We had a lot of fun with these pods and their stories.
It's one of the great. It's almost as if we made a little city hub. Almost.
Stepped up to make things better. Our best chance at doing this is to modify ocean temperatures through a combination of iron sealing and geothermal management.
But many people believe they are
真好吃。
This is Eliza. Sam reporting to you live from Picus. It doesn't happen often, folks, but it appears that I may have to retract an earlier statement. Millionaire Hugh has contacted me personally to deny allegations of involvement in secret United Nations.
One of the things we wanted to do with Arie van Bruggen was make sure that he was inside of his little pod was an aquarium of sorts, so that he actually had a secret passage in his aquarium that allowed him to escape if ever there was something that went down. In the end, that got cut due to resources or time constraints, all that fun stuff.
But I remember John had a much crazy. Your idea, you wanted this elevator in this.
I wanted him to.
What the hell is that?
It would have been amazing. I wanted him to go back into his pod, and because he's such a tech guy, and he's like, and he knew it was being so you had to rig the whole thing to like start going down, like an elevator, like a spot. And then I wanted, once we walked out of the capsule hotel, if we looked upward, we would have seen him being jettisoned out of Angsha.
I remember that day in the meeting when. You propose that and you're so excited, and everybody's like,
blank stares.
What the fuck is that?
Which is usually what happens whenever I have ideas, right?
No.
Yeah.
I could see the sun being like
so
in the sky.
Could have been amazing.
Our best chance of doing this is to modify ocean temperatures through a combination of ion seeding and geothermal management.
Forgive me, Mr. Miller, but many people believe that your Arctic Ocean installations are a risk of uncertainty. When will we be able to see the truth for ourselves?
As soon as the installation.
Interesting question. My instant reaction is, of course, he should. Everyone should be wary of China. They've been moving in on everything American in the past 25 years. Especially since that dragon blew out.
Doesn't happen often, folks, but it appears that I make...
Why can't I, why can't I access that?
Here's what the man had to say.
My visit to Prague was related exclusively to the project.
What's going on?
Forget it, man. You're not my type.
This isn't a booty call, Van Bruggen. This is about you and some friends of yours I met in Detroit.
Detroit? Yeah, okay. I got it now. You with Seraph, right? You were there when I had to pull the plug.
So you admit it. You were running a mole.
The heck, man. Just the heck. Worst decision I ever made taking that gig. As you can obviously see.
You attack my people, Windmill. You hope to walk away from this. You tell me what you know.
Down, boy. I've got no allegiance to that backstabbing bitch who hired me. Especially after she painted a target on my back. The girl you want is Zhao Yunru, Tai Young Medical's CEO.
Tai Young Medical? They're Seraph's biggest competition.
How do you think they got that way? Zhao doesn't like competition, see? So she uses hack attacks, blackmail, extortion, anything she can do to destabilize him. No offense, but Seraph was just the latest in a long line.
You got any proof of this?
There's a surveillance recording in the Tai Young Tower. I've stashed it on the server in case I ever needed an insurance policy.
Not a very smart place to hide it, seeing as you don't work there anymore.
Things got hot before I could move it. And now, I got you to get it for me. Of course, you can't just walk into that place. You're gonna need an employee card encoded with your biometrics to use the TYM shuttle.
Let me guess. You're gonna tell me where to get one.
Hey, I'm always prepared. There's a certain security guard, likes to dabble with the ladies. You'll find him at the Hung Hua Hotel top floor corner room. Sneak in, snatch the card while he's otherwise engaged, and bring it back here so I can code it with the biometrics in your passport.
I was there when you flatlined that Mo, Van Bruggen. You think I'm gonna trust you?
You have to if you want that evidence. Now run along, Seraph, man. And don't get too distracted watching the action. I can't encode what I don't have, Seraph, man.
One of the things we wanted to do with Ari Van Bruggen was make sure that he was inside of his little pod was an aquarium of sorts, so that he actually had a sea. Secret passage in his aquarium that allowed him to escape if ever there was something that went down. In the end, that got cut due to resources or time constraints, all that fun stuff.
But I remember John had a much crazier idea. He wanted this elevator and this, and
I
we were
wanted him
like,
to.
What the hell is that?
It would have been amazing. I wanted him to go back into his pod, and because he's such a tech guy, and he's like, you know, and he knew it was being so you had to rig the whole thing to like start going down, you know, like an elevator, like a spot. And then I wanted, once we walked out of the capsule hotel, if we looked upward, we would have seen him being jettisoned out of Angsha.
I remember that day in the meeting when you proposed that, and you're so excited, and everybody's like,
blank
what the fuck is that?
Which is usually what happens whenever I have ideas, right?
No.
Yeah.
I could see the sun being like so in the sky.
Could have been amazing.
Getting a little bit glitchy.
I feel like the only place to work around here is TYM. I don't feel like being a part of
Rolling.
So here, Antoine, we see a building which is the munition factory for one of our weapons brand in the game, right?
Yeah, I think it's Steiner Bisley's factory.
And this ties in really well with a lot of efforts that we put in the game for all the company names and all the logos and all the brands and stuff like that, because you know it's a modern game. It's also cyberpunk and stuff like that. And when we started designing this game, we told ourselves, you know, it would make the game so much more credible. You know, you just look around you. I'm asking you, people right now listening to this, just look around you, and you could see dozens, even hundreds of stickers and brands and logos and stuff like that, just in your living room or whatnot. And we wanted to reproduce this.
Yeah, we really wanted to anchor it into reality.
Exactly.
Make it believable.
And even if you don't notice them, I'm sure your subconscious does, because we're bombarded with these things, right?
Absolutely.
Continuously.
Like
And so this is cool, because you've been playing with these weapons the entire game that have that brand, Steiner Bisley, and now you're in front of the
building that makes it. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I actually went into a lot of details for the weapons and some items as well, like the different kind of manufacturing techniques, like different countries making different kind of things. If you look at and the Americans, they do something different ways, and the Germans and the Japanese.
We had two sides for the guns, right? You named them. What was the names for the?
I'm a Russia actually, and Germasian.
Yeah.
Thing. It was like Germanic and Asian, looking like very slick, very high polish, like the Germans' weapons or the Japanese cars and stuff. And then you get the American was more stampy and quick manufacturers for lots of people. So the feelings of the textures, well, you probably know better about the shaders, but the actual feel of the weapons and some of the items reflect that as well.
And actually, like, this philosophy has been built before designing the guns, so we would inform the designers on how to
it's something that Antoine put together even before we got into the actual visual design.
Actually influenced the names a lot as well. I think one of the names, like more American brands, like very Texan stuff, and then you get the more European,
like Steiner Bisley.
Exactly, it's
sounds more
European.
European.
Yeah, exactly.
So Antoine, you were the mastermind behind it.
No mastermind, it's just an idea.
And
so humble.
So humble. A funny thing as well, there's 100 brands in the game, literally, and the brands were all, in terms of the names, were invented and created by one of our writers, James Swallow, a good buddy of ours. And
who's
English, which is why
it's not his fault.
It's not
he's just born that way.
We can't blame him for that. And also the logos themselves were all made by this genial graphic designer that we had at the time. His name is Timothée Lepetit, and amazingly he left on the weekend, and he designed every single the 100 logos, 100 brands. with different ways of having the logo as well for each brand.
More than one.
Yeah, more than one logos for it. It was just
and
insane.
They were all good looking.
And they were all good. I think we had like one or two that we changed, and that's about it. So crazy work.
谁呀？这几乎跟从前一样。
What are you gonna do? In the lobby. Where is it? Waiting in the lobby.
您是来横沙做手术的吗？非常可悲，但是要在横沙
我一般不和陌生人说话，
就需要加强装备。
You speak English? I have been waiting for a long time for this.
Oh, here it is. He's not in the lobby, he's behind the counter.
You need practice software? Neuropozyne? Something else? Look at computer.
No, I got enough of those.
You come back if you change your mind.
I got 8 of those. We have 4 of them now? Only stack them 3 at a time?
Can't you see I'm busy? Go bother someone else.
Death and life have their determined appointments.
What? Oh, and riches and honors depend upon heaven. Very good.
Right, what now?
Shh. They have eyes and ears everywhere. Meet me outside the clinic. Turn left from the front and go down the stairs. I'll be waiting at the corner.
salt waters of reservoirs nearby. But in Kentucky, the citizens of Burkesville can no longer maintain such ignorance. They've been upstream at the Wolf Creek Dam. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is racing to prevent disaster. The Corps recently declared Wolf Creek at high risk.
It doesn't happen often, folks.
Over here! Come on now! I'm relieved to know they sent a professional, at least.
That makes two of us.
Right. Well, you're not exactly what I was expecting. I was told I would be meeting a girl. How do I know you're not an imposter or some sort of double agent? Don't think I don't know this could all just be an elaborate trap to set me up.
Look, no offense, Mr. X, or whatever your name is, but I really don't have time for this. So if you could simply just give me what I came for, I'll be on my way.
Yes, yes. I have it right here. Evelyn Carmichael's autopsy report. Here, take it.
Thank you.
I trust you will put this information to good use, because accountability and justice is at an all-time low, I'm afraid. It pains me to see this once great city, which stood as a bastion for reform and progress against our oppressive communist origins, succumb to the trappings of corporate bureaucracy and petty corruption. Corruption so often typical of your Western governments.
Whatever you say. Now, if you don't mind, I really must be going.
Well, there is still the matter of my payment. 1,000 credits was the agreed-upon price, I believe. Isn't that right?
And what were you just saying about corruption?
A deal is a deal. Surely your handlers informed you of this little detail.
No, my handlers failed to mention this little detail. Never mind. Just take your money. This report better be worth it.
Oh, I assure you it is. Whoever it was that didn't want this information given to the proper authorities paid a lot of money to have it ignored. A pity for them, LIM policy strictly prohibits deletion of records concerning operational procedures. For legal purposes, you see.
Legal, right. Nice doing business with you, X.
I played this game like about at least 3 times, you know, the whole thing through. And this is the first time I paid him, all right? Usually I refuse to pay him and I kill him. But this time he stays alive and he gets his money. And the reason for that is I got a lot of money. And I'm not killing anybody. Alright. So now what I gotta do? Guess I should read it and see what we're dealing with here. All tracers. "23 years old. Cranial cerebral injuries." Cranial cerebral? Arachnoid? Subarachnoid? What the hell is that? I gotta look these up. Asphyxia. Pregnant.
Malik, I just got the autopsy report. No drugs or alcohol in Evelyn's system. And her estimated time of death doesn't fit Lee's story. She did die from a head wound, but not one that matches the evidence found at the scene.
I knew it. It couldn't have been just an accident.
There's more. Evelyn was pregnant. Malik?
I'm here. We can't let him get away with this, Jensen. He's guilty. He has to be. Can you go to his apartment?
And do what?
Get proof. Get something. I'm sending you the coordinates. Contact me again when you're there.
If they want me to take the metro.
Access granted.
When we need them, a few weeks of discomfort and the public will be, oh, okay. Oh, that's about the chip recall. Okay. Where I gotta go? Where is it I gotta go? Yeah. So I gotta go that way.
With knowledge of potential seismic activity in this region comes the realization that these dams could face a threat that wasn't considered 50 years ago. These dams Oh, so I gotta stay here and go upstairs. I gotta go up 2 levels. How do I go up 2 levels? I gotta go this way? Okay. All right. I'm going down. The hell is this place?
Access granted.
This is just a place that I can get some XP. All right. Okay, so I gotta go. Why couldn't I get there from there? Oh, I gotta go. No, wait a minute. Gotta go all the fucking way around here.
Access granted.
Kidding me? He's gonna bring me back to the same fucking place again? Oh, okay. It's sure is taking me the long way around, I'll tell you that. I gotta go this way? I gotta go that way? Ah, okay. What the fuck, man?
Access granted.
I need 2 for this. Got everything? No, I got 1 more I gotta get. Gotta be able to get this. Guess I got it. Oh, I got this. 1 more. Need 2 for that. 2 for that.
Malik, I'm inside Lee's apartment. Doesn't look like anyone's home.
Damn. Okay, look. Lee isn't smart enough to properly cover his tracks, so look around. Maybe you can find something suspicious.
Hey, Lee, baby. Can't wait to see you today. But I'm stuck at work. I know, I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you, baby. I promise. I'll meet you at the Hive, okay? Just don't get a party started without me. I want you all to myself tonight.
The Hive? I should have guessed Lee would be there. It's pretty much a second home for him.
Wait a minute, you heard that?
Sorry, Jensen. I don't like invading your privacy like this, but it's important. Plus, this gives me an idea. When you're done looking around Lee's apartment, head to the Hive. Contact me when you're there.
I'll keep looking. I'm sure there's more here.
Access granted.
Malik, it looks like Hong Sr. was upset with Hong Jr.'s behavior and threatened to cut off his inheritance if he didn't stop whoring around. Sounds like he considered Evelyn beneath the family name.
And if he knew she was pregnant, I can't believe Lee would do something like that just for money.
Speaking of money, the Hong family seems heavily invested in both Bell Tower and Lim. That could explain the cover-up and lack of a proper investigation. I'll stick around a bit. I'm sure there's still more to find. Malik, I think I got a probable murder weapon. A broken clock. The kicker is the hands line up roughly with Evelyn's TOD. Coincidence?
That's a hell of a stretch. You really think?
If Lee's as dumb as you say, maybe. We'd need lab tech analysis to confirm, but if there ever was a smoking gun, it fits. I'll make one last sweep to make sure I got everything. Malik, I found a baseball bat, but it looks clean. Almost like it's been washed recently.
Maybe Lee washed Evelyn's blood off of it.
That's what I'm thinking. But I'm not sure it could inflict the type of laceration she had. Okay, I think that's it. I'm heading to the hive now. I doubt we'll find anything else in here without calling in a forensics team.
Sounds good.
So here in Angsha, like a lot of people are talking in Mandarin and everything, and that was one of the things I wanted on the project. So since we were to travel around the world, I wanted the players to be able to feel the real place, like if they were
like
there,
they were really traveling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you go in a foreign country and you don't understand the language, you feel that you're a stranger, and that's the kind of feel I wanted to have.
And it made it an interesting challenge for us from the writing side because, of course, we had to a couple of challenges. First, we would always, of course, write in English, and then we had to kind of decide which parts would be in Mandarin and which would not, because you didn't want to, if the player was playing without subtitles on, because all the subtitles would be in English. But if they weren't playing with subtitles, we still have important story information, important gameplay information that has to be communicated, and we have to do that, which is why you'll have a lot of the conversations as you're going through it. You'll see that there's an English person speaking to a Mandarin speaker, and that is going on
and
in
at some
the game.
point too, Antoine, we had an augmentation, right?
Yeah, it's true. We had a long discussion about using an augmentation to actually actively translate Mandarin, or any language for that matter, that would be visiting. I think we cut it because it was
Well, it got so big because all this.
So here in Angsha, like a lot of people are talking in Mandarin and everything, and that was one of the things.
I need to take a break. So let me see. Yeah, we're back. Don't worry about it. We'll be doing it. All right. Where were we? Back to the game.
I wanted on the project. So since we were to travel around the world, I wanted the players to be able to feel the real place, like if they were
like
there,
they were really traveling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you go in a foreign country and you don't understand the language, you feel that you're a stranger, and that's the kind of feel I wanted to have.
And it made it an interesting challenge for us from the writing side because, of course, we had to a couple of challenges. First, we would always, of course, write in English, and then we had to kind of decide which parts would be in Mandarin and which would not, because you didn't want to, if the player was playing without subtitles on, because all the subtitles would be in the English, but if they weren't playing with subtitles, we still have important story information, important gameplay information that has to be communicated, and we have to do that, which is why you'll have a lot of the conversations as you're going through it. You'll see that there's an English person speaking to a Mandarin speaker, and that is going on in the game.
We had the augmentation, right?
Yeah, it's true. We had a long discussion about using an augmentation to actually actively translate Mandarin, or any language for that matter, that would be visiting. I think we cut it because it was...
Well, it got so big because all the signs would be in Mandarin, and do we now suddenly look at signs and we see the signs in English? And
just
that would have been, that would have been awesome.
It would have been awesome.
With the augmented reality and all that.
Really, really hard.
Yeah.
We could have translated a translation into another language, and the subtitles translated from different.
And as it was, we had to get most of those translations done so quickly that we were having our receptionist translate all the dialogues, and I think we had artists who were actually doing all the signs.
Yeah, one of my concept artists, Donglu Yu, who's Chinese, did a lot of the translation, a lot of the Chinese signs, and all that.
And imagine all the mess of Q&A this thing as well, translating.
So, yeah. And I hope for Chinese people that we did an okay job.
An okay job.
Good to see you again, sir. Go right in.
Malik, I'm in the hive. What's your plan?
Find Lee and talk to him. I want you to convince him you know exactly what he did to Evelyn and why. If you can make him panic, I'm willing to bet he'll spill his guts. Just make it look like blackmail. If he's willing to pay to keep you quiet, he's basically tying his own noose. I'll listen in and record everything.
Got it.
Hey, Lee, what's up? Having a good time? Huh?
What do you want, Chrome Boy?
Is your name Lee Hong?
Yeah, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. What's it to you?
I want to talk to you about Evelyn Carmichael.
Man, piss off! I already told all you narcos all there is to say.
Relax. I'm not with the police. I work private. And you could say I specialize in cases like yours.
If you ain't police, then what the fuck you want?
A simple proposition. I have proof that shows you murdered Evelyn. And I want you to pay me 2.5 million credits to make that proof disappear.
2.5? Bullshit. You ain't got shit on me, narco. I ain't paying you shit.
I strongly suggest you reconsider.
And I strongly suggest you get the fuck out of my face. Cause unless you got your proof right here, I ain't got shit to say to you.
Alright. Let's start with a police report. I know your story doesn't match up with the evidence at the scene of Evelyn's fall.
Oh yeah? And why's that?
Because the police report itself was falsified. Why else would that be, if not to cover up a weak alibi?
Man, you gotta be kidding me. That's some weak-ass shit right there.
Not only does the evidence not add up, but neither does your testimony. You lied about why Evelyn fell down the stairs in the first place. You said you'd both been drinking heavily prior to the accident, and the reason Evelyn fell was because she was drunk. We both know that isn't true.
Man, that shit was in the papers.
Now, if the evidence doesn't fit and your story was a lie, then how did Evelyn die on that night? Well, the answer is pretty simple, really. You killed her. But how? By hitting her in the head with that antique clock you keep so prominently displayed in your apartment. The lacerations on her head, the intracranial hemorrhaging, it's the perfect match.
In my apartment? How the fuck do you know what's in my apartment?
And like any good crime of passion, you needed motivation, something to fuel your violent outbursts. What did Evelyn say or do to make you murder her? She told you she was pregnant, and you panicked. Faced with the prospect of losing your easy way of life, you struck out at her in anger.
How? That's impossible.
But now the final piece of the puzzle. Why was Evelyn's death never considered a murder investigation? Because your family, one of the wealthiest and most influential families in Shanghai, covered it up. But whose silence did they buy? Bell Tower. Your family's sizable investments in Bell Tower assured they would turn a blind eye to any of your run-ins with the law, no matter how serious.
Fuck this shit, man! And fuck you!
I can help you, Lee, but only for a price.
Alright, fuck! I can't believe this shit! I'll pay you, man! I'll pay you, just... What do you need from me?
Details. Let me hear your side of the story, and then we'll move on from there.
I don't know. Evelyn, that stupid bitch! She was going to ruin me. I didn't mean to kill her, okay? Evelyn wouldn't shut up about us, about the baby, so I hit her. I just wanted to make her shut her stupid mouth. But the dumb bitch started freaking out. So I hit her again until she finally stopped screaming. When I realized what I'd done, I panicked. She was barely breathing, so I carried her to the stairs near my apartment and dropped her. I had to make sure it looked like an accident. I had no choice. She trapped me. She just wanted my money. I would have been ruined.
I need to go. We'll be in contact again soon.
Huh? What about the evidence? And the money? Where the fuck you going?
Goodbye, Lee. Malik, please tell me you got a recording of all that.
Oh my God, Jensen, I could kiss you right now. I can't believe you got him to confess so openly like that.
To be honest, it was easier than I was expecting. You were definitely right about Lee. He's not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed.
Well, don't get too cocky just yet. Before I send our little friend's confession off to the local media and authorities, I want to get some Shanghai street justice first. There's a control panel linked to the hive I need you to hack. Uploading the coordinates now.
Yeah, so now we're in front of the bartender, like, which eventually will be revealed be Tong Seong, but at this point we don't know that. And building this social boss fight, actually it's the first one we presented to the press in 2010 at E3.
Yes, the first one we showed.
It's not the first one we built, but this one was really hard to nail.
This one was really hard to nail for us from a writing perspective.
Dealing with the string?
Out of here.
Yeah, I mean, when we were going through the blueprint, it was such a cool idea because we wanted our Kaiser Soze moment, you know, in the game. And when you think about that, it's like, oh, how cool is that going to be? But when you're actually faced with building the dialogue challenge, you're like, okay, but there's no common ground. There's nothing for him to be hiding from us. We don't know what we're trying to get out of him.
Why can't I open
and it's tough to make it personal.
It was tough to make it really personal. And, you know, like with Wayne Haas, we built this entire backstory and relationship between Jensen and him so we could kind of play with that. But here we struggled for a long time to figure out how do we make this at all interesting? I mean, why is it that he is just not going to tell you who he really is and all that? And I can't quite remember. I think it was you gave some inspiration to us by saying, kind of think about it in terms of Yoda.
Yoda and Luke Skywalker, their first encounter, like that the Yoda is like trying to guess or gauge what the kid is and everything. And so basically this is how it helped us to solve the problem and try to play this kind of game where Tong Seong tries to get a sense of who Jensen is and what he's got.
Yeah, and every single one of these you have to build them based on the personality of the character. So once we had that, we could sit there and say, okay, what is this character of Tong and what is he? And it ends up being, I think it's one of my favorite ones.
And actually, Tong Seong didn't exist until we cut the Bangalore map.
That's true. Well, he existed here, but he wasn't an important character. He was really just the owner of the nightclub. But then we had originally had we had an entire
because the
map.
harvesters were supposed to be in Bangalore.
I remember that.
And when we ended up having, we originally had an entire different map. Instead of coming back to Hangsha, you were supposed to go to India instead. And in India, you would meet another crime lord, and he would be a character there. And then when we had to cut India and we folded it into Hangsha, then suddenly we could take this character who was not very important in the beginning of the story. We could make him Tong Seong. We could tie in the relevance to Deus Ex, the original, and it became much more important, and his character really blossomed at that point.
What was it about the if you win the conversation, like Tong's teleport to?
Yeah, we had a big problem with Tong's magical teleporting act that he had.
It's an augmentation, actually.
Well, it was basically when you would finish the conversation with him, he would stay at the bar, and when you would go down, I believe it's regardless of whether you win or lose, he would teleport to his office, whether you spotted him from the vent and voyeuristically watched him, or if you were actually to go in, he would be there, and you would be like, how did he just get from upstairs to downstairs? So we had actually added the stairwell you see right behind Tong's bar upstairs. We added this doorway that was locked with a stairwell leading down to the basement to sort of credibilize that.
But you can't use that door.
Yeah, you
can't.
There's a level 3 or 4 or something.
Yeah, it's a high-level hacking, if I recall.
And if you hack it,
he teleports.
Yeah, he still teleports.
That's all you get from me, Lao Wai. Capsule 301, Alice Garden Pods. That's where your hacker is. You make sure Van Bruggen stays healthy, or my boys pay you a visit.
think I gotta go back in here. He gave me the coordinates to a Hive terminal. I need to hack it and disable it with security protocols. A Hive terminal. Oh, okay, yeah. I remember what this was. Well, if he's not looking this way, can I do it? I guess I can hack it without them saying anything. And how many? I got 4.
Access granted.
Alright.
All right, Malik. It's hacked.
Verifying the signal. Come on, come on. Okay, I'm in. Remote frequencies are clear, thank God. Uploading now. And done. Meet me in front of the hive, Jensen. I have a little surprise for our friend Lee.
supervolcano the size of Toba erupted today. It would trigger another volcanic winter. And would the modern world be able to survive?
Where's Malik?
Jensen.
Malik?
Well, first take this. I was gonna use it myself, but after everything you've done, I think you deserve it more.
So what are you gonna do now?
I have a few loose ends to tie up, and I need to make sure this autopsy report finds its way into the right hands. The Hongs aren't gonna buy their way out of this one.
Lee's confession is solid. With that and the evidence from the autopsy, there's no way he can avoid prosecution. Justice will be served.
Oh, justice will be served, all right. You might want to stick around for a second. I've got one last little surprise for our friend Lee. Are you facing the hive? It's almost showtime. In 3, 2...
Malik.
Just watch.
I don't know. Evelyn, that stupid bitch! She was going to ruin me. I didn't mean to kill her, okay?
Malik, remind me never to piss you off.
After everything you've done here for Evelyn, for me, you'd have to try pretty hard, mister.
So I hit her again until she finally stopped screaming. When I realized what I'd done, I panicked. She was barely breathing, so I carried her to the stairs near my apartment and dropped her. I had to make sure it looked like an accident. I had no choice. She tried me. She just wanted my money. Ruin. I don't know. Evelyn, that stupid bitch! She was going to ruin me. I didn't mean to kill her, okay? Evelyn wouldn't shut up about us, about the baby, so I hit her. I just wanted to make her shut her stupid mouth. The dumb bitch started freaking out. So I hit her again until she finally stopped screaming. When I realized what I'd done, I panicked. She was barely breathing, so I carried her to the stairs near my apartment and dropped her. I had to make sure it looked like an accident. I had no choice. She tried me. She just wanted my money. Ruin. I don't know. Evelyn, that stupid bitch. She was going to ruin me. I didn't mean to kill her, okay? Evelyn wouldn't shut up about us, about the baby, so I hit her. I just wanted to make her shut her stupid mouth.
他火热的气息会把你烧焦的，我的朋友。
到这儿来，帅哥。
Hello? I heard you.
Jensen, you got any news yet? You know I hate being left in the dark.
Yeah, I found Van Bruggen. Looks like the Tai Young Medical Corporation hired him and the Mercs to destabilize us.
TYM? They already have the lion's share of the global augmentation market. Why use Van Bruggen?
In order to get that share. Hopefully I'll be able to prove it once I get the smart card back to Van Bruggen.
You need backup, let me know.
I got what you need. You make me poor. Deal with you no fun. You look here. Fortune and glory to you.
Oh, I need to give him a gun. Fuck. Need to give him a gun. forget how it is to get back there. Where is it? God damn it!
Here, everything for good price.
Doesn't have a gun? What if it could be any gun? Give him a shotgun. What about the ammunition? What ammunition you've got crossbows. Give him a crossbow. Sniper ammo, machine gun, rockets. Okay, give him one of these.
You make me poor. Deal with you no fun.
Alright. It's fully loaded, so I don't need the ammo?
I got what you need. Thank you. Come again.
I guess I can give him that. Yeah, after he does that, he gets busted, and so you got to make it out of here. And gotta give him a gun. They can fight his way out.
It's one of our main tools when we design games with this team is called the blueprint, and this is when we almost lay out every single detail of how the game is going to work, how it's going to proceed, and what's going to be in it. And we knew at that point when we designed it that it would be some kind of hotel, right? That where Harry Van Bruggen would be stashed in, and that Adam would have to go find him there. And during one of those blueprint sessions, that's when we had the idea. We got inspired by the Japanese capsule hotels and said, hey, what about if there's almost like a little sub-society of these things?
A village.
Literally a mini village of these things, like this huge hall, right? Like almost like underground hall with like hundreds of these things stacked up, and people literally live there. They're like almost low rent apartments, and the place becomes its own little ecosystem with shops and where people are playing cards and drinking and stuff like that, and that's where it all kind of gelled together.
And I think we alluded to the fact that it belongs to Tong Xiong as well.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not sure. I can't remember now if he owns it or if he just
tries.
Yeah, he's got major connections to it. Yeah, and I think
who would want to buy that?
He's stashed many a person in that hotel before. So yeah.
Why does this do that?
One of the things we wanted to do with Harry Van Bruggen was make sure that he was inside of his little pod was an aquarium of sorts, so that he actually had a secret passage in his aquarium that allowed him to escape if ever there was something that went down. In the end, that got cut due to resources or time constraints, all that fun stuff.
But I remember John had a much crazier idea. He wanted this elevator and this, and
I wanted him to.
What the hell is that?
It would have been amazing. I wanted him to go back into his pod, and because he's such a tech guy, and he's like, and he knew it was being so you had to rig the whole thing to like start going down, like an elevator, like a spot. And then I wanted, once we walked out of the capsule hotel, if we looked upward, we would have seen him being jettisoned out of Angsha.
I remember that day in the meeting when you proposed that, and you're so excited, and everybody's like,
blank stares.
What the fuck is that?
Which is usually what happens whenever I have ideas, right?
No.
Yeah.
I could see the sun being like
so
in the sky.
Could have been amazing.
Interview with you, Daryl. Log on to
That's what it is. It's the commentary that fucks with it. Ah, okay. Well, now I know.
You actually came back. My faith in human nature is restored.
Save it. Here's the smart card and my passport. Now start encoding.
So the one thing I really liked about the character of Harry Van Bruggen, he's such a small character and he doesn't have a big role in it, but we really wanted him to be memorable. We wanted someone like a Gary Oldman performance in True Romance. And we got very lucky when we found Alex Ivanovich as the actor. He throws his heart into it. And so he makes it a very memorable character.
And also in this scene, the bell tower guards are going to attack the capsule hotel. And in the final game, we didn't have the time to put as much enemies using augmentation as we wanted, and therefore was pushing for adding the bell tower guards storming in using the Icarus landing system, so it would compensate for the lack of real augmentation.
But you still know they're augmented through that cutscene, even though once they start attacking you, there's not much augmentation.
Yeah. And there was a little bit of a problem on my end in terms of design, because I had already done all the attacking patrols, and none of the guards had augmentations because I wasn't supposed to. And suddenly I find out we have a cutscene where they're storming in and Icarus landing, and I'm just, I gotta update all my patrols to make sure they fit the and it worked out.
You gotta help me,
Jason. They're gonna kill me.
And that concerns me how?
Oh, come on, man. I helped you out. At least give me a weapon so I can defend myself.
All right, fine. Take this and get out of here.
Thanks, man. I won't forget this.
Yeah, I gotta get out of here, chick.
Here's what the man had to say.
My visit to Prague was related exclusively to the project which has consumed all of my attention these days.
You're referring to the Panchaea Project, the cooperative global initiative that aims at healing our world.
Earth's ecosphere is in serious trouble, Eliza. And it's time that we as a species stepped up to make things better. Our best chance at doing this is to modify ocean through a combination.
He's around here somewhere.
I thought I could sneak up on these fuckers.
Malik, get Pritchard on the line. Tell him I need everything he's got on the Tai Young Medical Building. Schematics, blueprints, everything.
That might take a while, Jensen.
Yeah, well, he's got as long as it takes for me to find this Tai Young shuttle Van Bruggen talked about and ride it to their factory. Jensen out.
This is Bang Tower business. Back off.
Well, after getting out of the construction site, whether you save or not for the Malik, at this point, Adam Jensen experiences another glitch of his augmentations.
Again, such an important story point.
Yeah,
and we couldn't
again.
handle it very well.
Yeah, and you see, like, as you get out of the construction site, you see the NPC falling over the
Yes.
the ledge of the balcony and the other ones around, but it never felt right. It feels more like it was a bug.
feels
It's
like
even
it
worse
was-
than that
because
when
he
he
falls-
falls in the kind of scripted event thing.
Yes, Yes. yes.
And then when the scripted event ends, because he's not dead, the AI takes over, and he gets up and he chooses
And
one
they
of
all
the
go back.
idols, and he just starts lighting himself a cigarette. He's like,
Exactly.
he's like,
And no
nothing's
one in
happening,
the
you know, like-
environment comments on it, and we didn't write anything.
Yeah,
to
nobody
handle
reacts
that.
afterwards,
We
and you didn't
totally
write- yeah,
didn't handle
exactly.
any of that well.
So yeah,
So
it's
it
there,
would have
but
been
it's
better,
poorly implemented.
Yeah, I would have liked to have better handled it in dialogues and things like that. But by this point, we were so over our heads with how much writing had to be done
And
that
we had
it
to
was
finish the
really
game,
hard,
yeah.
and we had to finish the game, and it was
Yeah.
hard to stay on top
I
of
guess
all
this
of that
wasn't
stuff.
And not
Get
only
out of
that,
the
but the
construction
positioning
site.
was
What
a big problem
construction site?
because in Hangsha you've got so many different routes you can take, and it was the first bottleneck that we had for the
Yeah,
player.
we had a choke point there.
Exactly. Otherwise, you could either go right or left or up or down, and we had to choose there, and it wasn't really the best location for something like that.
So a big whoops.
Again, maybe they'll get it right in the movie.
Yeah.
The species stepped up to make things better. Our best chance at doing this is to modify ocean temperatures through a combination of ion sealing and geothermal.
Oh, I got 3 now. I don't really need them right now. I can get 5. That way I can upgrade everything I need.
You need practice software? Neuroprotein? Something else? Look at computer.
Oh, you have? You don't restock?
You come back if you change your mind.
Yeah. Come back if you restock.
Malik, any word from Pritchard yet?
I'm right here, Jensen, staring at a blueprint of the Taiyang Medical Building.
Great. I need access to a security terminal in the upper city tower.
You do realize there's an entire skyline between you and it, don't you?
I know. The Pangu. Any idea how I'd get to it?
I suggest you start by going up.
Access granted.
You! Help! I need help! Please! The regulation machine! It's shorted it out, causing a toxic gas leak. I tried to get... but I'm stuck in here. I couldn't...
Enough with the play-by-play. What do you need?
There's a valve in the next room. You have to close it.
I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thank God. Please hurry. I don't know how much longer I can
saved my life. How can I repay you?
You can give me some directions.
To where?
I need to get to the upper tower.
You must use the elevator pass to cryosterilization room. But unauthorized personnel aren't allowed up there. But Ken is the guard on duty today. He owes me a favor. Just tell him Lee sent you, and he should let you through.
Much appreciated, my friend.
The least I can do.
Access granted.
What did the nuke virus do? Capture a node instantly. Ah, that's what they do. Oh, okay. So the gas is green, the EMP is blue. Remember that. Uh, 4:30? Yeah, let's call it a day. Got other things I want to do anyway. So, until next time. When we can do it again. Ah, so if you wait a while, okay, it doesn't, it doesn't take as long. Oh, well, that's it for today. Monday, December 30th, 2024. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. I'll probably be playing again. And New Year's Day and the 2nd, and that's all I do is play stupid video games because I'm retired. Oh well, until we meet again. Let's call it a day. Huh? Hey, y'all.